Morning, J-Dog. MSTU might be my new favorite stock. Oh, whoa. What the fuck is going on with that? Bitrate to the server is not very good. $2 late to what, Belani? Market chop? I don't want to fucking wake up for this shit. Anyway, I've had people here all week, so it's been a fucking nightmare to get the stream started. New high. Let's see. Boom. There we go. Chop up to 75. I don't particularly like it. There's bot puts at 60. I guess we could get above them, but it's probably going to take some effort, and they're going to act as an anchor to upside moves. There's some sold puts at 65. I mean, we could get up to like 65, I guess. 75 seems a little difficult right now. That would be like 70, 75 would be the next step up from there. There's a bunch of bot puts in the money at 5,900. Like 1,600 of them, which isn't a small position. But I have 58 ADCs. Sorry. Gherkin, I read Pickles Pick half asleep this morning and bought Lumen by accident. Think I might get back towards $7 and I can get my nickel back. Thanks, dude. Oh, Jesus. Not only that, not a great day to buy Lumen. Um, Consolidation's kind of bullish. Actually, Lumen did alright this morning. They have earnings or something? Just weird vol spikes at open. How big is the short position on that? You could roll it out, maybe. How's Lunar looking? It was great until it failed. I got stopped out of it. Might bounce back a little bit. Looks like it found support at 830 again. It's in an inverse head and shoulders. Sloppy as fuck one, but it is in one. There's a shitload of call interest at 9 and 10, but failing at 870 is not great. Tesla was fun briefly, but very briefly. Got like a $2 move out of that. Nothing really spectacular today. Blackstone and Netflix moved hard, but I sold some more calls on Apple. Ooh, MQ's getting a pump. 65. See, those fucking puts are right there. I already traded Tesla. I'm out. I don't like the current setup. Not particularly, at least. I guess it could get a continuation of the upside. Might run into. There was a lot of calls sold at 22.50 the last time we tested it. Test 58.65, sell calls. I don't like selling calls this early. There's still puts being sold. I would sell puts on a test of 50 or 30. But I don't think I'd sell calls to the upside. Someone's starting to sell some puts at 75, I think, for next week. That seems fucking stupid. We got bot calls at 50. The long puts are closing on this pullback. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, the one's at 60. Some of the 5,900 bot puts too. Like 300 of them. Looks like we're aiming for the sold call wall. Yeah, which starts at 65. It's a bit more solid at 75 though. Like, technically, I could see us pumping out to as high as 90, but we would need to start squeezing out the short calls. So above 75, a test of 90 is possible. Nope, now some of the puts are coming back. That's funny. MU another good entry now. I don't know. I didn't need another entry. No, but I really hope it ends today below 110 because I only closed like half of my sold calls on the dip. I love that we essentially just saw someone get FOMO. That's kind of neat. There'd be some OPEX shenanigans today. Well, it's OPEX. It's not a very big one. Do we get a pullback on Monday, Tuesday next week? Possibly. It's tough to see how repositioning shakes out today. I don't think a ton of Delta's falling off. And Delta's not very positive anyway. There's not much Delta there to fall off. Did you exit AVGO? Yeah. We're talking about the butterfly? Oh, yeah, a while ago. It was like last week? Last Thursday or some shit? I don't remember. How did you interpret the data on MU to predict a pullback this week? What do you mean? Oh, because the calls at 15 are sold. It's like a big fucking pile of sold calls at 15, which we tested on. What? We tested a 15 on last Thursday. And then we came pretty close to testing 15 yesterday. but the tests there are going to lead to more calls being sold. But after the expiration, the sold calls fall off, a bunch of them, and so that'll open up room to the upside to continue moving up. That's why I sold the. That's why I sold the near the money call with the lower theta or shorter dated, and then bought the longer dated call at 115. My 50 Cs are closed now. Let's get my 65 Cs. Your PTN used 115, but I imagine you could see it exceeding that. It could, yeah. Especially as we get into like tech earnings, but the risk of carrying it beyond that starts to go up quite a bit. No, I just don't care about trading anything on the one LSE. You're fucking. My previous impression of Lloyd's wasn't outdated. I'm well aware of the position Lloyd's is in. The debts are rolled off, not paid. And I just don't care about them. I don't think there's like a lot of value there. I know what the ticker is. I never not think of Dumb and Dumber when I see the name Lloyd. No, not Lloyd's barbecue pork. It says a 15.3 billion float. They did a lot of dilution during 2008. I think they trimmed that though. It used to be, I feel like it used to be higher. It was like 18 billion shares or something. Maybe preferred stock on it. It looks like their tier one common equity is still around 39 billion. Tier one capital is only at 45. I mean, they still have a lot of the same risks the other banks have. I would agree that they're further in progress than Citi in their restructuring. But their equity allocations are weaker. They don't benefit as much from these like cyclical moves in bonds. Also, I don't like their insurance exposure. I think there's quite a lot of risk there. This is getting another midday rug pull. I've been long like BlackRock Schwab for like a month. What did a firm do today? I wanted to look that up. Okay, it didn't keep going down. Found support at 44. Okay, good. Yeah, that was gonna be a bearish pickles pick, and I'm glad it wasn't. Amazon's partnering with Klarna, which is why a firm got hit. Okay. Uber looks like dog shit. Do you think the chances are that Tesla dumps to book value, then gets its IP bought out by Toyota or GM or something? Unfortunately, probably pretty slim. I guess it depends on your time horizon. Elon's gonna need to fuck a lot more things up for that to happen, though. A book on Tesla's, I don't know what it is. Hold on, $20 or something. Um, 2081. Honestly, the only thing about Tesla that I like is their balance sheet isn't that bad. They've gotten most of their operating capital from their shareholders. And for a tech stock, they've been fairly consistent in keeping cash flows pretty high. I mean, not only do they have a cash balance, but, you know, the assets are like 106 billion to what, like 43 billion in debt. I want Nvidia to drop to book. Also, probably won't happen. I mean, maybe if we get like a big fucking crash, but no, I don't know. I got stopped out of Lunar. I don't know if it's gonna bounce back or not. Too late to play it. Most of that shit's like done 20 minutes in the market open. Tesla had a nice little run from like 219. A test at 219. Meaning of the stream card. CL's down like 3.1 today. Like 300 point drop in fucking oil. Who's the pickle jar member who convinced his mom to sell her Nvidia at like 400? I wonder how long he's been out of the well. Oh, he didn't convince her. She was like, I'm absolutely not doing that. I got one Lunar and AVGO. Figure why not? AVGO hit support. It might bounce back if If QQQ comes back. The market's just kind of slumpy. It's not doing a lot. That's been this whole week. This whole week has fucking sucked. Like, mostly just flat, right? Like, we're trading right back where we were Monday right now. What do you mean, what's the story with oil? Do you live under a rock? I'm not sure Chinese demand is up. Under a rock? Ha! Ha ha! Nice. What's up with pricing on SPXS puts on WeBull? I have no idea. Are they mispriced? They don't seem to be. I guess the in the money is a bit overpriced, but vol's fairly high. SPX. Those seem fine too. NDX pricing's fucked because there's no liquidity. Showing 13.4 for a frickin' 58.55. Are you looking at the October 21? Be careful if you're looking at WeBull on your phone. It's AM expiry day. Oh, yeah. You're looking at the AM contract. That's gone. That's already settled out. So here's what 45 cents per share on Carvana Jan 2026, 15 Ps. I keep telling people they're 35 cents. I'm gonna buy them for 42 just to piss you off. Set my limit order at 36. I don't even know. I don't even want those. Why not get like a 50 or something? Because today's the final day of expiration. What's the extended chain for Netflix look like? Or have we already discussed that to death and I missed it? No, we haven't talked about Netflix at all, I don't think. I mean, whatever post earnings changes are going to occur, I'm not going to have an update on until tonight, but there was a fairly decent amount of interest yesterday out to like Gamma Max, which is at like 790 going into earnings. Yeah, break above 50. Looks like it's got a pretty straight path to 800. It's a bit of resistance, like 52, 50, 55. But above 60, yeah, it's got room to run if you got theta. Looks like it's finding a little bit of resistance at 60. Might pull back to 50 and accumulate before pushing higher. Their earnings were pretty good. No Carvana crash yet. Mr. Pants. Carvana might need to get back to like 300. Doctor Pants. I'm sorry. I have to roll all my gold calls out for free. Nice. I feel like people should be really concerned about the fact that gold keeps going up despite every other economic factor. But maybe not. It seems like it's concerning. Do you actually think Carvana is going to 300? No, but it is being a bitch. I feel like they'll probably start issuing shares at some point. Earnings soon? Yeah, coming up. You're just mad because you tried to short gold for 3 months. But Gorg, we closed inflation when we printed 3x the money supply in 4 years. Does it make sense gold would go up? Is this MOASS? Are we still saying that? Is that a thing we still say? I hope not. Good re-entry for MU? Why is it a re-entry? I mean, I guess. I have fucking August calls. I just wanted today to close below 110, which it's very much on track to doing. And then ideally it goes up to like 127. I should just close my short calls here. They're worthless. Yeah, actually, I don't even need to wait for it to go under 110. Nice. This isn't 58.75. No, it's not. That's very astute of you, AJ. I'm glad you've learned to read numbers. I'll probably try to short gold again at some point soon, because it doesn't seem like it should be up. I explained this to you 3 months ago, and you're like, I'm gonna short gold. It shouldn't. You're right. It shouldn't be up, but it is, and there's a very good reason for that. That's because central banks have no other instrument with which to hedge dollar risk, and the dollar is getting real risky. Sounds like AJ's closing calls. Let's rip. Nice, gray pubes. I barely have any gold position left. I'm out of most of it. I still have like a couple of futures contracts and I don't know, like 10 GLD left. And most of that was just like, I wonder if this will hit 3,000. But I went long gold back in like Feb. So it's been a wild ride. Doesn't play if banks are gonna collapse, they'd be forced to liquidate gold positions. That's tough. Probably. I mean, yeah, to some degree. It depends on the bank and the country. If US banks were to collapse, probably not, because their assets would just get rolled over to whoever acquires them. And the last thing in that event that they would get rid of would be their gold. Other countries, the relationship's a little different. Morning, Nuke. Is there covering on Riley? I was looking at that one last night. It looks pretty spicy. B of A, HSBC, UBS. I think Santander gets hit pretty hard too. Hmm. What are your current thoughts on soft or no landing scenario actually being pulled off, like zero? ABGO broke 180 but popped back up. Could this go down badly if it completely breaks 180? Yes. Paraguay had a lot of gold before the Spaniards, I believe. Possibly. Any options chain activity or nah? SPX. I mean, there's more bot calls at 50, but someone's buying puts at 50. A slight return of the 60 puts, which I mentioned earlier. The 5,900 puts have ramped up quite a bit. Support is still like 50, 40, 30 to the downside. Resistance to the upside is at 65, 70, 75. Is the Tesla pickles pick still a thing? I don't know. I'm out of it, but I guess it could be. There's a lot of sold puts or sold calls at 20, 220, 250 now, though. After it failed the first test there, a shitload of those calls got sold off. I had like 300% returns on the calls, and I ended up walking away with 200% because there was so much fucking slippage. If it broke 2250 though, it could rip because of all the sold calls. Haven't you mentioned this amazing run on Gary V? Yeah, Gary V still looks spicy. Anything coming down the pipeline for Gamma Strike? Yeah, we've got a like a scanner kind of thing that we're gonna be releasing soon. We'll talk more about it in like a beta video, but yeah. And then we're still getting live data wired up, which has been difficult to say the least. Yeah, no problem, dude. Ooh, nice. I like the sound of that. Yeah, well, something to help sort through all the data a little bit more readily, or at least give some ideas of stocks that have interesting things going on. When are you starting a company named Unusual Pigeon Whales? Never. And yeah, that was already an idea, and it got rejected. Hmm. I wonder if GoEV has any legs. It's just probably because of earnings, but there's a lot of fucking sold calls at $1 and $1.50. I need to take a look at the IV on that. Ooh. It gets above like 125. The gamma exposure just rockets. Jesus Christ, there's so many fucking sold puts at $1. And 50 cents. Oh, 10,000 sold puts. They're all for they're all for today and Jan 25. This is just you guys, isn't it? It still calls out to like $3, which would be a pretty significant increase from the current price. Does Vega pick up anywhere? Around $2. $2, 4, 5, and 7. Hmm. It's a YouTube account that's Pi-Fi. You should sue them. There's like a million Pi-Fis on YouTube. Have you ever looked up like any channel on YouTube? But I mean, they don't have any like subs, right? So it doesn't matter. Now to cover their oil shorts before the weekend war. Mm. I I kind of warned you guys last night if we got stuck between 50 and 65, things would be pretty choppy. Here we are. There's not a ton of support at 55 though, so we could lose that, I guess. That might give us a little squeeze. Jimmy's about to break out of another 7-month long Dorito of Doom. You know how many times the Dorito of Doom failed before it broke out of it last time? That fucking thing got redrawn more than the Mona Lisa. It was like every fucking month they had to move the line up because it'd get a new lower high. How am I wrong? I'm absolutely right about that. Go back and look at all the fucking Dorito of Doom posts. Jimmy has no ARB. I don't care about it. Goivy keeps getting these funding agreements with Yorkville. I hope they're pressuring them to produce cars. Hopefully. Although I feel like their other investors have pressured them to produce cars, and so far they've blown all the money on private jets and horseshit. Jen has a weird strike on GoEV. That's from prior to the reverse split. Don't trade those. They're worth 4 shares. GoEV needs to start making e-canoes, right? That would be awesome. Battery powered kayak with like 200 miles of range. Would you fight 1 llama-sized velociraptor or 10 velociraptor-sized llamas? 10 velociraptor-sized llamas? That's just a boat, homie? Yeah, I know. I mean, Workhorse is a bit more fraudulent. At least GoEV is honest about their horrible spending habits. But yeah, they're both kind of shit. The other comparable in that sector would probably be what was it? Nikolai, the other big fraud boy. I put a trolling motor on my kayak and I got a ticket for not registering it because anything with a motor needed to be. Yeah. Are there any non-fraudulent EV companies? Yeah, I mean like the major auto manufacturers. But it's like AI, right? It was like the AI of this is what all the AI companies will be in like 2 to 3 years. Right? Like everybody got a fucking fuck ton of venture funding and piled into EVs, and so a bunch of really shitty, mostly fraudulent companies got huge amounts of capital, and now they're, running out of that capital. I like Neo better than Lucid, but yeah. Does it have a chance to catch a bid due to the index, or is the chain wrecked? I mean, it has support at 80. If you entered at 80, you could maybe still make money on it today if QQQ bounces. Oh, it's below 80. That's it failed the fucking support level. Why do you still own it? Stops. Tesla has enough cash flows to sustain itself for quite some time, though. I agree, their valuation and PE will probably fall off pretty hard, but I mean, not back to book. GoEV just has potential because it keeps getting investment flows. And eventually those investors are going to demand they actually do something to further the business, right? Because it's not like they're getting assets. I'm sure they'll figure it out. It can't be that complicated to drive a fucking tank. Carvana slipped 90. That's neat. I have puts on Upstart. Where's Gamma Max, if you don't mind? Um, Gamma Max is at 56.42 now. Gamma Neutral's 39.27. Pull back to 40 would be pretty sweet. Delta and Gamma have been falling off the chain pretty hard since the peak. If rates go higher, it'll be sooner than that. Especially like rates on subprime lending, which are already excessive and have hurt their business model very badly. But yeah, I mean, if we see the 10-year climb up to like 4.5 or 5, Tesla's fucked. They'll never sell one of their cars again. I think hydrogen fuel cells have been mostly a failure. Will got happy about Biden saying he knows when Israel will respond to Iran. Yeah. Spikes in volume on the SPY even worth thinking about? They could be relevant depending on where they are. I don't see any. There's some earlier. QQQ had the same ones, like right around that same time. For all intents and purposes, SPX is pretty maxed out here unless tech gets some heavy buying. I should put Tesla at about 50, 60. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Like 2x, 3x book. So it just showed a new hydrogen cell that's pretty cool. They're still on that. I thought they had like a new EV that they were going to be releasing that had like a 700-mile range. If you can get liquidity for covered calls, usually not worth it though. I think you mean intents and porpoises? No. Yeah, a lot of people. I've seen a lot of the Mirai around, but it's a bitch to like fill it up. There's no infrastructure. So as a concept, it's really cool, but mm, this trend is of like pumping in the early morning and then QQQ, TQQ, NQ failing on the back half of the day has been really fucking consistent. Today's probably rough for tech too, because dollar is down. And dollar's down against the yen. Forward yield on vol finally moved negative, which might set us up well into the end of the month. I'd love to see us test 50 again. So gamma goes negative at like 52. I don't think bulls would want that. There's still bot puts at spot, and they're accumulating. At the 60 strike. So, well, just above spot. Sold puts at 55, but not very many of them. There are quite a lot of bot calls at 50. I think if we fail, some of those calls would fall off. I don't know. We're still just stuck to the 60 long puts. We have been ever since earlier. I can't believe the carry trade was completely unwound, because it wasn't. But it's Friday. Let her rip. What if Friday's ever been rippy? Fridays have always been shit. There used to be memes about Fridays being flat. Unless end of the month. If Friday is on the end of the month, usually shit gets crazy. But you also have like the collar rolls on those days and stuff like that. That probably play like a far bigger role in driving large moves on the index, right? It's 6 months ago, and there was unrelenting call buying. That was just every day of the week, not just Friday. And also, Fridays weren't even bullish during that time period because everyone was just taking profit on Fridays. Like everyone kept saying Fridays were for the bulls every week and would close every Friday red. We're closing at 58.90, and nobody will be happy about it. Correction, I would be. Because that would be below my sold calls at 5,900. Celsius moving, yeah. I've been picking up shares on it here and there. Why should I be happy about smaller gains? I was able to grow my port 40% this week. Nice. No, I'm not Grim 2. If they actually manage to squeeze the 60 puts, new all-time high, it's only 600 contracts. They'd have to squeeze the 75 sold calls, which won't be easy. In November, enough data for upstart short. With earnings on the 7th, it seems a bit risky. Thoughts? I have 55 Ps for Jan. What about SLZ? We got a couple of pullbacks this week. I mean, that's usually all you get when we're above gamma neutral. The only time SLD does like big damage is if it pushes us below GN, which it didn't. And then we'll get like a 300 basis point pullback or something. But otherwise, it's usually just like a couple rounds of like 50 or 60 point pullbacks that recover. Everybody just nets off into the positive market maker gamma, right? And the market maker buys the dip. I think we'll finish over 850 today. Probably. We look pretty well set up for that. We might need a little bit of a failure to fill in the sold puts at like 40, 45, 50. But I would say if we fail back to that level and get a decent amount of vol shorting down there, then we still close above 50. But that's the only way I'd sell puts here. I mean, the spreads are just not worth it. If you sell spreads below support, even like 10 wide. Like $2 on a $10 spread. It's kind of a lot of fucking risk. So yeah, if we pulled back to 50 or 45, something like that, I'd be far more inclined to sell puts than I am here. I might pick up like a butterfly later if we continue to get stuck here. Maybe like 10 wide at 50. Where would that put the break evens? Hmm. Could be like 41.58. I actually don't like that very much. $62.47. That I like a little bit better. Idiot trades making a comeback. I mean, they're gonna have to. Realized vol's starting to fall. I don't know what's going on with Coles. I haven't looked at that in a long time. There was so much bullshit there with like the attempted buyouts. I mean, it looks like accumulation, but I'm not entirely sure it's found a floor yet. Any of you guys still in Kenview? Yeah, the YouTube servers are really shitty today. Like the stream. I'm, I have 55 puts on Upstart for like Jan. SH. Ooh, 62. Fancy. NQ's getting a bit of pressure, which is cool. Uh, hmm. KView killed the stream. Short J&J along KView didn't pan out in the time frame I played it. The short J&J part of that play made like 20 times more money than the long KView part of that play. Although Kenview's starting to pay off. I'm up like 20% on it. It's not phenomenal or anything, but it's decent. It's got an okay dividend. Yeah, YouTube's being a little bitch. Hold on. Oh, OPEC settlement potential. I don't think that's gonna have any. Why would that be a thing? Because it broke 150? I think most of the price action on Fubo is just being driven by increased vol into earnings. Breath is starting to catch up a little bit. RSP picked up about 25 points. And it was much weaker earlier. Dow's almost back to flat. Russell's also almost back to flat. So there might be some opportunity there. Ooh, what's Cat doing? Cat might be fun into end of day. Hmm. I would know why I do not get notified when Pi-Fi is live. No. Did you turn the notifications on? Me6 knows it's live before YouTube. Who's shadow banned? Are you shadow banned, Bob? Can we squeeze the sold calls here at 65? Yeah. It's above 65 where things get a little bit more difficult, but yeah, we can move up to 65. Some of the long puts at 60 fell off. There's still a lot of short calls at 60, but getting those out of the money here is probably not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, 65 still kind of looks like resistance. May not be very strong resistance if Dow and NQ continue to push up though. Gamma starts to move up a lot from here. And there's sold calls or sold puts at 70, 75. Not a ton of them, but maybe enough. I should have played MSTR again today. I'm in Discord. Discord only for a while. Will you shout Dave Grohl did it or something if you sell calls? I mean, no. No, no. The Delta holding us up today and it's fallen off. Have they rolled exposure out? Good question. There's a lot of bot puts at 70 on the end of the month. Sold puts at 850, 5800. Positive game is 75, 59. Let me look at next Friday. Next Friday's like the 25th, right? Yeah, that does not look fucking fun at all. Bot puts, bot calls for Monday at 5,900. Sold calls at spot. Pretty flat gamma up to 85. Yeah, we might see him move up like next week into a slightly higher range if we don't get it today. Apple looks pretty good for a breakout here. That should help things. How's Microsoft doing today? A little bit of support. Starting to move up and test the 20 level. Might be time to go long Microsoft again. Microsoft's just been sitting on fucking gamma neutral for like 2 weeks. Anything to the upside? Yeah, it's starting to get some. Puts at 410, 12, 15. Much risk of this getting rugged? No, I think I think if we were to break down from here, it would be a fairly slow bleed to like 60, back to 60. Below 60, things could drop a bit faster. But I think we're on track for 70 or 75 here right now. It doesn't look like there's too much resistance to the upside. 70 will be a little bit of a hurdle, but already starting to push up into it. I think I kind of want to go long Humana too. $91 days for Jan 300. Probably rather just go long Microsoft. Hmm. Jan. December. 63 days. Mm. What auction? Is there a chance Luna gets back above 850 today? I went to take profits and ended up being a buy order at the top. I'm not sure if it's worth trying to salvage the little value left. It didn't look too hot earlier when I got stopped out. Hold on, let me look at it now. Support's at 830. You could roll out into like next weeklies, maybe, and catch a bigger part of the move up. I don't particularly like the lower high though. so maybe not. The car auction I was just attending. Sorry for the fake out. SX is getting to the point where people may be buying long calls at Gamma Max. It doesn't look like they are. Hence Gamma Max. Okay, so we're at 70. So we get 75. Some of the short puts are pulling back on the 0 DTE. But NQ still looks pretty good. Huh. Short BAC, long Microsoft. Directed off of 70. Careful, this could pick up a lot of speed. Damn, NQ failed fucking hard there. When's Apple earnings? Is that next week? No, week after. Hmm. I meant the momentum of the price action, not the Greek, AJ. I'm a degenerate. I refuse to be careful. Alright, fair. Better to play more upside here on tech or play a downside move? On tech, I think correlation's still largely dropping, so we're probably going to see tech move eventually. I know, cat slipped again. You bitch. Hmm. All I know for Christmas is for Netflix to lose VWAP. Yeah, Netflix looks like it could maybe pull back to 50. Bounce here? There's no support. Not really. And some of the in the money puts closed on the move up. I don't see sold calls ticking up too much, so maybe a retest at the high, or at least fill the gap at 68. The consolidation on Netflix is bullish, though. Careful if it bounces off of VWAP. I got some 55Ps. We finna dump now. It's the only day I can afford Netflix puts. Fair enough. They tend to be a bit overpriced. Fucking gold's up almost 100 points again today. Sold calls all the way up to 58.90. Gold to 3K. It's looking more and more like it. Hmm. Maybe I just want to go long Microsoft into like next week. I kind of want to sell some calls on Apple if it retests 750. Humana looks interesting. There's a bunch of in-the-money puts expiring today. If we're gonna find a top on dollar here and get like a pullback, industrials and manufacturing and stuff should outperform. Should I sell my physical gold? I bought it at Costco. I don't know. Do you want to? Still support at 30 actually on Apple. Any short calls to squeeze out before 58.90, 75, 70, 80, 85. It's just a big fucking fat pile of sold calls to the upside of 70. Well, 70 and up, I should say. I may trade it in for platinum. Okay. Hmm. Bulls have the juice to hit 80? No, not right now. Maybe towards the end of the day. Right now, it's really hard for us to get above 70, 75. I don't see a lot of range above that right now. If we can hold 65 into like power hour, then yeah. Yeah, we could push up higher. Chances we squeeze through the sold calls, never very high. Here's the problem, right? So like you can test them, which we're doing now. But very frequently those tests will just lead to more calls being sold. Right? So the resistance gets stronger on every test versus it weakening. It's generally only when there's like decent volume and strong pressure on futures that we see like the sold calls actually get squeezed out. If they do, it's obviously insane, but it doesn't happen very frequently. Is there an upper limit to how many batteries I can throw in the ocean per day to recharge the eels? I don't think so. Should us an edible? They're hosting a pickle party. Is that like edible arrangements? Those things are disgusting. Has anybody here ever bought one of those? How much was it? It's just chopped up fruit on sticks. No, because see, that's the thing is like I've seen edible arrangement places around, right? Like they have storefronts, but I've never seen someone buy one. Nobody loves those, David. Your mom's just patronizing you. It's like Arby's. No one really loves Arby's. I haven't eaten an Arby's in like a decade. I don't even know what it would taste like. I assume they're popular in the Midwest. So they just profit off of the ability of businesses to write them off. Edible arrangements is pretty good. It's like pineapple pizza, but better. That's disgusting. Edible arrangements is a money laundering front. Okay, that's more believable. What'd you say to pumpkin cookie? I have an entire fucking basket of pumpkin muffins, and I don't even like pumpkin food. Luck. I don't I don't want to eat it. I had dinner last night at a place with a potato pizza. How does that's disgusting. Why would you tell me about it? Did I hurt you? Are you using the fucking super trend indicator? Uh, look, Gherkin, there's a place near me that makes a bacon potato kale pizza with white sauce, and it's amazing. I've had pizza in Portland. None of it's amazing. At some point, all these pizza alternatives are just offensive to us Italians. Literally all food from the Pacific Northwest is bad. What a bold statement. I mean, in my experience, you're not wrong, but very bold statement. Sometimes, like, the fish is okay. From a Seattle born cat, my experience with the Pacific Northwest is they think their food's very good because it has so many ingredients, but none of it actually is. They have a lot of variety, but all of it's subpar. But things could have changed. I haven't been to the Pacific Northwest in years. There are 2 dislikes on the stream today, and I think it's a testament to your performance that you still have such devout haters that they still log in every day to dislike it. I mean, one of those is Popcorn Trader, and it's because Carvana's not down, or because the index is down. I'm not sure. The other one, I presume, is just Bob, because maybe Dork timed him out, or he's been shadow banned. Why are we watching Apple again? I feel like I want to sell calls on it, but I don't know if I do. AJ would be red on the day and just like the stream. Okay. Ooh, Gappy's down. Yeah. If we got enough momentum to lose 60, things could get maybe interesting. There's still a few bot puts down there. Just not many. That's on laser. Isn't that the like autonomous vehicle company that doesn't make money? Did they start making money? I feel like I want to sell calls on Apple. Me sells calls on Apple. Pi Fi, but I don't know if I know if I do. Me, fuck. I have calls out on Apple already, but they're at a higher strike. I'm not sure if I want to sell calls at the lower strike here. Earnings is in like 2 weeks, so it's like a week. Well, like a week and a half. So Vol's gonna go up. I feel like shorting Vol more is kind of a shitty idea. What's the pickle jar? We don't do making money companies. That's not true. We do making money companies that whose value is never realized by the market, like Fubo. What did I sell in the span of 1 second? I'm at Pong. Oh. In between you saying you wanted to sell calls but weren't sure. Yeah, there wasn't a big gap there. You couldn't have sold very many. In the club, we all fam. For real. No cap. In between you saying you wanted to... That was Todd? Todd did what? Oh. Shorted vol more. Yeah, a bit. Still picking up a little bit of breath. IWM's negative, though. Dollar's been down 27 points, I feel like, for an hour. That's not really changing much. This upside consolidation is such dog shit. We just need a good pullback so we can actually get some fucking range on these moves. Let's go back to like 56.69. And then we can do bullish things all over again. I don't give a shit. But at least they'll actually be bullish. Instead of watching the index like scramble for fucking 5 hours to get $5 in gains. Yeah, VIX is under 18. If we could get a test higher than 70, I would sell some fucking calls, but we haven't yet. Or if we test 50 or 45 to the downside. Whatever happened to the rule of 16? It still exists. What about it? Is under 18? Yeah, I guess just briefly. Vol doesn't pick up on a downside move here unless we get like back under 60, and then we'd probably see IV start to turn up a little bit. God, I fucking hate this. Oh, Microsoft failed. Cat doesn't look like it's gonna get a leg up either. What he's talking about VIX, not 16-year-olds. Honestly, on that whole run up, I only managed to enter calls at tops and I got stopped out. Haven't traded well. Should have loosened up. Too scared to buy the dips. Squeezed sold puts at 65. There's not very many left. A bunch of the 65 sold puts closed out on our first test. There's still 70, 75 sold puts. Some of the 70s closed out on the last high also. I didn't keep my VX puts, so it doesn't matter. I can't believe I actually made money on 58.90s. It went up for a little bit there. I mean, you're just scalping like the gamma, right? Man, this week has been rough to get through. I'm not gonna lie. It's been some of the most boring fucking price action. Last week wasn't much better either. But at least we had like some upside last week. Like the first couple of days of last week were kind of fun. Let's see. MM's expected move for today to the upside, 50 points. Have you had pickled pizza? No, I would never eat that. But I've had pizza and pickles, and I can imagine what they taste like together. This might be just the top of today. God, I fucking hate that. Downs next week on the table. Maybe. We still don't have support anywhere. I drew a triangle. Where? There's no triangle. There's this. I guess there was a triangle, but it's gone now. If 6125 is a target, you're the only one in the world targeting it. Which earnings calendar is best to use? I just want to see large and mid-cap company earnings dates. They're all the same for the most part. I don't think any of them. Fidelities, I think you can filter by market cap. Lack of support is what confuses me. It's because bulls are taking profits on all the upside moves. I mean, Gamma Max is only, what, $50, $60 away from spot right now. Are you trying to play further upside on Tesla? It doesn't look great now. I told you earlier they sold a bunch of calls at 2250, 220, like a lot of them. So if you didn't catch the breakout from this morning, probably not much more today. Next weekly? Oh, that might not actually be so bad. those sold calls will fall off. I'm finding it different to pinpoint when a bullish entry would be for SVX. Can you please make dolphin chirping noises when you feel confident in an upside move? Appreciate it. I mean, I just don't like the upside from here, right? It's like resistance at the 65, 70, and 75 tests. All of them. It's just shitty. But the downside's supported, so we just do nothing, right? It's another day of doing fucking nothing. I'd already be up on that butterfly if I just sold it. $52 to $67. Hmm. $200 drawdown. We're getting more and more sold puts to the downside, so maybe the balance in gamma will start to shift up. And we push a little higher. But it's pretty terrible. We got what, an hour? Maybe we see more accumulation over the next like hour and a half. I'm not gonna long Microsoft today. Fuck that. Are you bullish on Tesla's earnings? God no. I hate that company. Mm. Hmm. Um, maybe getting a breakout. Little one. Mm. What a terrible day. Yes, volume's just in the gutter. Barely hanging on to 5,900. Upside test is 59.29. We need some fucking volume. Where would we get some? Here? No. Test of 80 is a diamond top on the 15 minute. I've hated this week so much. The only thing that's kept me trading is oil. Which I got stopped out of like an hour and a half ago. Why didn't you sell a bunch of bear calls yesterday at open? I sold calls yesterday. I have 5,900s that expire today. I hope they're safe. Kind of risky selling them into an OPEX, but they seem far enough out of the money. Ugh. I need like more shit posting or something. You loading up on 5930, 45 bear calls for next week? No. I have some 35s sold for end of month. Usually if I sell theta, I don't sell spreads on SPX. Sometimes I do, but not often. Usually just naked. You think we're at peak oil production, big picture speaking? The US, well, the US is for now without ramping up infrastructure. The soul puts below us are just like, they have no theta. Yeah, I kind of want to open a butterfly here too. I'm just not sure if I'm not sure which range I want it in. Like the 65 is kind of attractive. But says the 60. 50 to 70. Hmm, that could be fun. I'd feel better about selling the butterfly if we tested 75. I'd feel better about selling calls if we tested 70. This is a terribly slow breakout. Oh, cat's getting a little bump. Nice. My options are still worth just what I paid for them an hour ago. Cat back to 36 or 37 would be cool as fuck. I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna fail your shitty breakout. Fuck this. I made 38 bucks today. Wild. What data do we have for next week? Maybe next week will be a little bit better. I don't think it will be, but we've got Richmond Fed. No one gives a shit. Uh, S&P PMIs are going to be kind of important. Those are Thursday next week. Yeah, next week's fucking slow too. Durable goods on Friday. Back half of next week's kind of interesting. It doesn't look like we have much until then. And then we get labor data going into the end of the month. Jolts on the 29th. GDP on the 30th. Core PCE on the 31st. Are we just boxed for live gamma? Yeah, this is kind of weird. 1 second. See all the call volume to the upside though? So, supportive puts at 50, 55, 60. But not enough puts being sold out of the money or in the money, and not enough calls being sold out of the money yet to really have any kind of effect on the spot. If we fail, like there's a decent chance we could dump, but we have to lose like 60. Well, 57 and change. We're not going to 5,900 at all. I would say right now the potential top of the day looks to be about like 75 or 80. Yeah, 75 or 80. I don't think we can go much higher than that. And it's more likely that we just hit resistance and fail again here. At triple top, just consolidation. I don't think it's really doing much else. Dow seems to have just run into resistance though. Hmm. So we're between 58 and 71. Let's fill this AM gap. That's wishful. Hmm. I think things are kind of bullish into end of day. Maybe not. It's gonna get bearish. That already is. So maybe we'll just look to sell some puts on a dump and see where we find support. Probably 50. There's just no entry opportunities. Does Netflix still have some upward range for the rest of the day? Yeah, a bit, but there's resistance at 60, so I mean, not a lot. It's about puts. There's a good chance it goes up. I don't know if those are terrible. This is no volume. How are things shaping up for next week based on options positioning? It's next week looks just as boring as this week. Right now. I mean, none of the positioning coming in is very exciting. Most of it seems to be locked in around 58.50 to like 58.80. Only theta burning sideways. Yeah. We got a little bit of a dump here. NQ's kind of losing support. Maybe a weekend war will shake some things up. Maybe. Do we really see what statistical percent is on Fridays is for the Bulls? I think we did at one point. I know Seymour did for like OPEX Fridays. I think they were mostly red, which makes sense, right? It's end of the week, people take profits. Hmm. Hmm. Tuesdays for the Bears. Everything else is like 52% bullish. Can we never speak of this week again, please? It's the goddamn worst. Yeah. I like sell side, but it's so fucking boring. Holy fuck. Did that red candle almost bounced almost instantaneously? Yep. Just had to stop out all the bulls. Is that the pullback you wanted so we can go higher? Not really. We'll see if we get a continuation. We might. The world's most brief test of 57. We got some bigger short put selling on that at 50. Yeah, maybe that's bullish. Netflix going for that 760 test. Nice. Of course, I got stopped out before the biggest V because I wanted to be a responsible trader. Anyway, thanks for being here for 39 months. Thanks, Tom Tom. I appreciate it, man. Was that the biggest V? Or are you talking about this one? That was like 55 to 70. That wasn't too bad. It was just a lot of like triggered put selling on the drop. Stopped out before the big V. Yep. Sucks. Um, is it just me or is the market only moving overnight? Nope. That's part of realized vol crushing out. What's the point of trading chop every day? You just go sell side and hope you don't get fucked. Hoping I don't get fucked. Hasn't been working this week. I'm starting to think that's magical thinking. Anyway, I forgot to cancel again, and here we are. Tip deep in our fourth year together. I mean, the put side's favored, right? So generally speaking, you just want to be in on the put side. It's been kind of working out. It's not my favorite by any means, but I have like out of the money calls sold with theta, out of the money puts sold with none. And that's kind of all that really works here. I didn't make $1 bajillion today. It's 24 months for nothing, but you made a friend. I have enough of those. I have one. I'm good. $1 bajillion, please. Yeah, today is just shit, man. God. If I hadn't woken up in time to catch the bottom on Tesla, I'm not sure I would have made any money today. Except from like theta decay. Even the theta doesn't feel like it's decaying at the appropriate pace. true. I'm not a snake handler. We've almost got a test of 70. Could it be that today, Friday, is for nobody? I mean, I feel like once we get closer to the end of the day, we'll get some movement. And we're kind of getting a little bit here. It's just shitty. Huh. That's a lower fucking high, isn't it? And Q broke up. What's Dow doing? Dow looks kind of strong. Yeah, maybe we keep pushing. Get carried by a little bit of breadth and a little bit of tech. Maybe that's just wishful thinking. I wouldn't mind selling these at like $2. I don't want to fucking sell them here though. 75. Trying to get some more puts sold at 70. And 60, 65 are getting pretty supportive. Idiot trades here? No, not yet. Unfortunately, not yet. Maybe we'll sell the 80, 85. If we test what? Over leveraged short puts. Yeah. That's been the moneymaker. Resistance. It seems like call interest will pick up to close the day at all-time highs. What call? Like long calls? Man, I don't think I've seen anybody buy long calls in like a week. 2 weeks? I don't even think they're real anymore. Are there any long calls? I think the only long calls today are at 50. Yeah. I want them to test 75 because to do it, they'll have to sell the 65, which puts sold puts right at spot and gets rid of the gap and the drawdown in gamma. So if they do that and we fail, we can pull back a decent amount without getting hung up at 60, 65 again. Big brain, it's a little like Tetris. Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of. I guess there's some similarities there. Yeah, no, if I sell the 70, 75 here, I'm going to end up regretting it. Do it just a little bit more. I don't like this. I don't want to sell the fucking 70 either. Yeah, sucks too. I guess I should have just sold it for $1.50. That's so shitty, though. Any chance they squeeze up to 58.90? If we get support at 70, maybe. I mean, they could. Yeah, that's not out of the question. There's still an hour and a half left in the day. But if we lose 65 here, that'll be rough. There's a little bit of downside momentum on this rejection. $68 support. Did you hold IWM puts over the weekend? I don't know. Hmm. What does that do? Maybe. I don't like the close above 26, to be honest. If it closes, if it starts to shift down, maybe if it like below loses the 26 level, that might be okay. Don't mind me, just rebuilding the guts of everything I built for live data. Oh no. Is it broken? No, but what was communicated is, oh, you just do this. I have to dissect this thing to the nth degree. Sounds easy. I can't wait to see it. If you guys want to dump, I could sell a 65p. Oh, that'd be cool too. Yeah, I wouldn't mind selling the put. Not 65, but like 60? Yeah, a test of 60 would be dope. I still feel like I should have just opened that fucking butterfly earlier. Need big players sell 65p's to help us dump? We got like a few of like the 80, 85 calls sold, but not for today. It looks like they're further out. Support here would be bullish, I think. When did VIX get under 18? For like a second earlier, and then it went away. What's up, McConnerberry? What about long-term trend line on SPX? What about it? And the really long-term one, we're like well above at this point. Mm. 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 Lumen is up a little, but my call still ain't worth jack. I guess I'm out $25. I told you could roll it forward and hope they continue up next week. Telecoms are doing okay right now. Silver's up 6%. Yep. You reckon we hit 5,900 by end of day Monday? Options seem to be priced weird. With the current positioning, it doesn't look like it. Maybe like 95 or 90, but 5,900 seems a bit out of reach. The 72 test is a triple top? No. Maybe. Is it? That is a diamond top. A new diamond. We got a new diamond top. Yeah. How exciting. No, no more diamonds. I tend to agree. Just right here. Actually, a better fill than I expected on that. Hmm. In the Legend of the Hidden Temple, would you recommend attempting to assemble the statue of the Silver Monkey or relying on your unbounded athletic skills and raw beauty to evade the temple guards? Temple guards. He's immensely ruggedly handsome. The guards don't stand a chance. Exactly. These temple guards were pretty handsy, though. Also, it's a children's show and they're in loincloths. So they have to stay hidden, if you know what I mean. I don't think anyone knows what you mean. Maybe we do. Are those temple guards at Diddy parties? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Why do you have puts? There's support at 60, 65, 55, 50. What the fuck? Actually, if we lose 65, your puts have a chance. But we might not. MQ looks a little weak. It may not be long, though. It could be like last time we dropped. So maybe be prepared for that. Drugs the new HKD. Oh, nice. No one made money on that either. Another fucking power hour? Yeah. Boom.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Hmm. Hmm. Let me switch to gamma strike so you can see the options change. Yeah. Fuck is it? Hold on, I gotta find it. So, yeah. Yeah, so he tapped 60 there. I hope Rare got out of his pits. Why would you play the video today of all days? Because it's the day that deserves it most. Fibus seems to be doing pretty good. Any potential around earnings? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Vol's going up. I mean, that's part of why it's doing well. As volatility is increasing and pushing out short calls as we move into earnings. But this would mark what, the 6th consecutive quarterly beat if they beat expectations this quarter. Seventh, sorry, 7th consecutive quarterly beat. At some point, someone else is bound to see the value there. Left side is call put volume, right side is gamma. Calls are purple, puts are blue. Mm-hmm. Mm. Release the Kraken into 5,800. I don't know. Still support on the downside. Yeah, this looks pretty supportive. Mm. Positive gamma is resistive when it's out of the money. So it's resistance, it's not a draw. This thing needs more cowbell. Mm. I'm not sure this is updating. One second. Let me see if I can fix this. We're gonna close right here, aren't we? That's what I hope. Maybe 70? Closer to 70. I would like somewhere around 68. How was the Japan-China data? Oh, China's data did not look good. Um, they got downgraded on their GDP expectations by JPM last night. Um, yeah, it was pretty ugly. Japanese inflation wasn't very elevated though. I think core and headline both fell. But foreign bond investment went way the fuck down. Did you see any hubbub online about FTDs on Chewy? No. Surprised at how many calls get held. Held into close on OPEX. Yeah. Well, I mean, why would you take profit here? One second. I'll be right back. Stonks 60. This is bleeding off quite a lot here. Charm doesn't appear to be all that heavy. Just no support. Gamma turns a little negative under 61. So bulls will need to build support here or this will fail. I've sold the 60 pretty heavily. Yeah, it can bounce. There's quite a lot of sold puts at 60, so, I mean, there is support here, but they may need to sell more to shake off the momentum of the downside move. Hmm. MQ looks kind of good. It got a pretty decent bounce. Yes. Not so much. But holding 5,900. How was the Japan-China data? Oh, you already answered that. I was talking to a truck driver today. He told me it's not being reported on much, but people in North Carolina are literally robbing trucks for food and water because it's so bad in some areas. Huh. To the point they need police escorts. That's terrible. It's still a war zone here. Fuck. That sucks. You're like right in the middle of it too, huh? USA #1. Yeah, we are. Hmm. Hmm. That's awesome. Saw a freezer truck full of bodies a couple of weeks ago. Wild. Fuck. All of this just to spike back up. Maybe. I don't know. The support's kind of slipping a little bit here. Breath is falling away a tiny bit.
27 minutes to try to pump it back up, but not a lot of gamma at 65, so it'll be hard to get back above it. If we slip, we close at 50. Should be kind of shitty. Mm. Are you long black gold? No, I shorted it earlier today, but I haven't gone long. Back above 70, right? Do it 5800. You mean 5850? There's a slim chance. No, I'm not muted. Oh, nope. Never mind. I was muted. Sorry. 58, 59, 43. That would really suck. We're starting to build up some sold puts at 65, 60, which is where we need support. Fucking market maker is gonna win today. What a boring way to kick off the fucking weekend. Yeah, we got supported 60, like a decent amount. Bulls might try to push last like 15 minutes. I think they could leverage up and maybe get 70 back. Should I sell another one of these fuckers? What did you do with your AMD? I cut it when it went below 60. I got stopped out. When I was short AMD, yeah, I cut it when it went below 60. It's getting close to like the mid PT. I think if it fails 55, I'll probably short it, but it's risky to short semis into earnings season. I don't really know how I feel about that. I may not want to. What? Texas T. .1 Delta Hail Marys. 75. Charm's not really working out for the Bulls here. I kind of want to just buy like a put. Like just like a stupid put. This put? Sure. Because if this slips, there's no fucking support till 50. Vol's turning up, and ES and NQ look really weak. NQ just tested support and got no fucking volume on the bounce. Hmm. Bull's got this. A little more volume on NQ. ES got some volume. Come on, crime pump. Yeah. God, closing at 63 is going to be so terrible. Hmm. What fucking close do I need on these? 70, 65, 80, 75. They are 90, 509. Two 237, 81. Okay, close above 66. That doesn't look like it's happening. Ugh, lame. I stayed away, missed too many trades. I don't think you missed very many trades at all. I scream, let's slip the dogs of war every time I buy a put. I think I have a problem. Not if nobody can hear it. Ooh, fail. Fail, fail, fail. Dump it. Dump it works. Squeezing out all the puts into the end of the day would be dope too. We could drop to like 50 or 45. That'd be fucking awesome. We won't. We'll just close at 63. But the potential is the only thing left. Nope, close at 63. Yeah. But what if I buy one more put and break the market? So I lose about $1.17 on these. That's nothing. It feels like everyone's on Thanksgiving vacation a month before Thanksgiving. Just entered puts, 10K YOLO. I'm sorry to hear that. I also entered puts, but like $140 YOLO. I feel like buying the puts is the only way I can get my butterflies to print. Remember that time that dude was like, I'm gonna buy 50K? No, he bought 50K and it fucking dumped. It bounced right back and then he sold it, and I don't think he ever bought back in again. I think he made like a little bit of money on it, but I think it scared the shit out of him. I I just want this day to be over. Can you end the stream early? Never. The market closes when the market closes. He got lucky? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he got very lucky. It dumped like a lot too. He bought in, it dumped like 20%. 58.69. I'd be okay with that. Yeah. Above 68, it's awesome. Do we have a close? What's the close imbalance? Not that it fucking matters. MOC imbalance is positive 670 million on S&P, negative 270 on NASDAQ, positive 66 on Dow, and Mag 7 is negative 170 million. Now keep it going, bulls. You can do it. Not 63, 68. It's right there. Go touch it. That day was nuts. It wasn't Sahib, but his name sounded similar. Racist. Who would have guessed the last hour of chop erased in one candle? As was foretold. I just want them to get like their sold calls back out of the money. Or sold puts. Both, actually. We're just 50 billion gamma away from 5870. Why do I suddenly feel like Jamie will do something next week? I don't know. It does not look good. Yes. 65. Push it. Push it, push it, push it, push it. I want my 156% return on risk. No. I want to long Microsoft and short. What was it? I forgot what it was. Oh, Bank of America. Or Wells or Schwab or JPM. One of those. I want to just short the financial sector and long Microsoft. One more pumpy. Do it. 1 minute left. Fucking 63. There is nothing worse than being right. Go up. Sorry, Greek. I had 5 iron condors on SPX at 58.65. Nice. Dangerous. I have condors at 50.75, but nothing in between. Just these shitty butterflies which aren't gonna print. God damn. Ding ding. I hate the fucking bulls so much. Why do they suck now? Why can't they do bullish things anymore? They're the absolute worst. Yeah, and they have been for weeks. And the worst part is they have the whole setup. Like, they're ready to go. Everything looks great. And then they just don't perform. You don't know. We sure as fuck don't. Well, today ended just shy of the market maker's expected move after a couple of tests. The intraday high not being realized again, so the majority of trading for the day on the inside. This could lead to some weakness going into Monday morning, and it seems that the bulls are having a bit of a hard time keeping this over the goddamn motherfucker. Hold on. Why does this keep doing that? Nope, it's just stopped working entirely. Awesome. All right. Yeah, having a bit of a hard time holding on to like the 2 sigma standard deviation. ES kind of just holding above 5,900 into the end of the day here, as it continues to consolidate upwards. The little head and shoulders that had formed failed to break down once again. That was the catch today, actually, would have been the breakdown of that. And we closed a little bit higher, but I feel like buyers to the downside are getting progressively weaker and weaker. I would say that it's likely we fail this trend. And that I would say would probably be a pullback to 58.50 or maybe even like 58.20, 5800. At which point, if it continued to fail, that would be confirmation, maybe a breakdown of the longer term trend. But this looks weak, and it's starting to consolidate like way too much. Commodities, 10%. Nothing much to speak of there. China's GDP expectations kind of fell short of where analysts were hoping to see performance. I know their retail sales, industrial production, and unemployment improved, but their GDP still looks like it's going to fall short of 5% for the year. The dollar turned around a little bit today. Partially on the back of improved retail sales out of Britain, pound up against the dollar, but also with the slightly better news out of China. Yields at the top end of the curve, kind of flat day over day. Not. I guess they're down a tiny bit, but nothing significant. Correlation continues to push down despite tech not responding to the increased amount of long vol in the underlying. Obviously, some of this correlation is coming from, the finance sector, where larger gains are being seen this month, or well, especially over this last week. JPM, BAC, Blackstone, BlackRock, all showing some pretty significant improvement. And on the other side of that, tech did okay, and but tech services not really doing so great. Netflix, I guess, up a little bit, but only 4% on the week. Carry trade leverage stayed about flat. I think it peaked at like 7.65. But leverage on the short end is starting to move up now. And that might see a little bit more aggressive push in the tech sector. But we'll see. We'll see if it actually gets leveraged up. Bond vol still staying pretty elevated despite the turn down in correlation. Skew moving up really sharply, back towards the all-time high. Might be running out of range for bullishness here. 67.99% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. And really no change in correlation and vol. I think flat day over day here. A little bit down, but they're not really pushing down as hard on volatility as you'd expect them to be at this point. Luna? I think Luna looked okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a strong bounce. I'd still want to see like confirmation, which sucks because you have to buy the 2 and hope. My birthday's Saturday. Can you make the market crash? Bulls suck. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Happy birthday, Costellosaurus.
QQ3.
I'll do my best. This, I mean, if you look out here on the longer term trend, this does look like it's starting to fail, right? Like we're getting kind of a cluster here. We had an inside day, broke up, another inside day, right? We're not really finding buyers higher. All of our high tests just seem to fail. So there's only sellers up here, and eventually, that's going to probably turn around as we don't find buyers lower and lower. But this chop might last for a little while. Generally speaking, the pullback in Delta following OPEX is enough that it causes this kind of price action to fail. But there's like no Delta on the SPX, like no positive Delta. So I don't think there's anything left to pull back. Unless they start closing like in the money puts, in which case it's definitely going down. But it's not looking super bullish here. And the range to the upside is really slim, right? Like there's only room out to 59.30. And you run into Gamma Max on the monthly. So and Gamma Max on the weekly is at 59.10, which gives us, 60, 55, 70, $55, $65 of upside, which is just not a lot, right? And what else is that is going to encourage is call selling above 50, 59.30. There's already quite a lot of puts being bought at 5,900. I think ultimately we probably see this fail. It's a pretty textbook like diamond top this week. Right. Sorry. And the end of day did nothing to show any sign of a breakout, so we'd have to get one overnight or into Monday. Wow, all-time high close to election time? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, we got the election in what, 3 weeks? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's possible. I could see vol ticking up into that. But I'm pretty sure the election's just bearish on both sides, right? Like, as far as the market's concerned, neither like economic plan is sustainable. Like, if Kamala wins, they continue with this, with the current economic plan, which, you know, Moody's and S&P have already stated is not sustainable for US debt, right? We continue to pump deficits and attempt yield curve control. And then with Trump, I mean, we're going to enact a bunch of tariffs and drive inflation through the roof. Like, neither of those are particularly good outcomes. So I don't see how there's a bullish outcome to figuring out who the presidential candidate's going to be. They're both horrible ideas. No problem, lost your gun. One is in favor of war with Iran. They both are. The US will never stop supporting Israel. It doesn't matter who's in office. All right, no problem. I will see you guys Saturday 12:30, or Sunday 12:30. Hope everybody has a good weekend. Later, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no.